Rules Committee will come to order, and thank you very much for joining us today. The committee will continue its consideration of H.R. 5, the Student Success Act. The committee met last night on H.R. 5, and we had a very, very nice meeting where we were able to effectively begin the debate that you know that is downstairs on the floor. However, today what we're going to do is work through amendments. And to then this afternoon, later, and I don't know what time that's going to be, we've got approximately 120 amendments. And so we're going to work through a long process. But we're going to report out a rule that will make sure that we deal with the amendments for this bill. We have had outstanding discussion last night, as I'd stated, with Chairman Klein, and we went over a number of very important topics that the committee took up, including a good bit of personal observations about our schools, the role of the federal government, and what we believed is a moving forward discussion that the American people would be able to be engaged in. So today what we're going to do is attempt to work through what I would call a first panel, and I will ask those members to come up as I offer them to the committee, and then we will work through on a as a person appears basis until we work through everything. So there may be a number of offices that are listening to us. If you'd like to have your members to begin coming to the Rules Committee, or they can engage us accordingly, and we will try and move forward until we finish. Excuse me just one moment, please. I'm sorry, I noticed that we have at least one very senior member that is here, and I wanted to make sure that I counted for her, and so she will not hear her name being called on the first panel, but will be on the second panel. So I'd like to offer these five members: Mr. Scott of Virginia, Mr. Pocan of Wisconsin, my dear friend Carolyn Maloney from New York, the gentleman Scott Garrett from New Jersey, and Chris Gibson from New York. If you would please all come to the table. And we're delighted, Mr. Garrett, we should have room for you and Ms. Maloney. Whoops, may need another chair. How are we going to? Well, Sarah, if we'd make sure we get another chair there for, we've got 5 people who will be there. Mr. Scott is most gracious there, and Carolyn, and all right, well, we need another, we will make, if you're looking for knowledge, Carolyn, I'll just let you get another chair up there at the table. And thank you very much. I think each and every one of you, there are some veterans to this, including Mr. Scott and Ms. Maloney, and Mr. Garrett, who've been to this committee many, many times. This committee very much values not only your feedback to us and what you're going to say, but we are here to attempt to learn from you and to make sure that we hear very clearly your representation of your constituency, your party, and your ideas. And with that said, I am delighted that you're here. Carolyn, normally I would go to you first simply because you and I are such dear friends, but yesterday, I took advantage of the gentleman, Mr. Scott, who could not be here because, not because of snow, as I stated first, and I got corrected, it's because he had another meeting. And Bobby, I'm delighted that you're here. All 6 or 7 of you, without objection, anything you have in writing will be entered in the record. If you'll please leave it here on the corner of the desk, and we'll begin. And Mr. Scott, I'm delighted that you're here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your hospitality.
Yes, sir.
I'm here on behalf of the Democratic members of the Education Workforce Committee to ask the committee's consideration in ruling in order the Democratic substitute to H.R. 5, a bill to reauthorize the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, ESEA. This Congress is charged with reauthorizing ESEA, one of the most important pieces of legislation that we will consider during this Congress. 50 years ago this April, as a country, we recognized, and I'm quoting from the original bill, the special educational needs of children of low-income families and the impact that concentrations of low-income families have on the ability of local education agencies to support adequate educational programs. And we recognize then, as we have in the last 6 bipartisan reauthorizations of this enactment, since its enactment, that the federal government has a unique role in targeting aid to our neediest students in schools. H.R. 5 in its current form retreats from those core values of ESEA. It abandons our commitment to high-quality education for all children, and as a result, takes American public education back decades. H.R. 5 is a partisan bill. Not a single hearing was held at the full committee or subcommittee level. There's widespread concern from a number of diverse advocacy communities, including the business community, about the impact of the bill, an impact of the bill that will have on lowering our standards and outcomes for our K-12 education system. Unfortunately, it would be difficult for any series of amendments to fix all of H.R. 5's underlying flaws, so accordingly, we offer a Democratic substitute as an alternative and urge the committee to pass a rule making the substitute in order. Democratic substitute seeks to address fundamental flaws within the Republican bill through sound evidence-based policies. Unlike H.R. 5, our substitute builds on lessons learned in the last 13 years to bring our public education system into the 21st century to ensure that all students are ready for the global economy. It achieves this by setting high and meaningful standards for all students. We want them to be career and college ready when they graduate and ensure that they come up to those standards. They will not need any remediation in order to get into a state college. Continuing to target federal funds to those most at risk, the poor, minority, and limited English proficient students and students with disabilities. Continuing to progress towards a more equitable schools, our substitute requires timely and meaningful data on student outcomes, such as growth, achievement, graduation rates, disaggregated by income, race, ethnicity, and disability. We want to prioritize evidence based on strategies for interventions, support our teachers and principals by providing much-needed funding, and restoring separate funding for English language learners, because we know that these children need that direct support. One of the fastest growing segments of the student population in our nation, we must safeguard a distinct funding stream for English learners. And finally, we must address the concerns about too much testing by providing states support to review the quality of their tests and eliminate unnecessary tests. At its core, ESEA is a civil rights law. The law is meant to guarantee that all children, regardless of background or zip code, have equal access to a well-rounded, world-class education. The Democratic substitute makes sure we uphold that responsibility, and I urge the committee to find the amendment in order.
Mr. Scott, thank you very much, and I appreciate you being here today, and I know that you were well represented last night, but you certainly did well today, and we appreciate this very much.
Thank you,
Ms.
Mr.
Maloney,
Chairman.
gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you so much, Chairman Sessions, and Representative, my friend Alma from the great state of North Carolina is joining me, and I am asking for you to support my amendment, the Teach Safe Relationships Act. It was originally drafted by a Senate colleague of ours, Senator Kane of Virginia, in response to concerns about the lack of youth education around healthy relationships. Nationwide, 1 in 3 adolescent girls is a victim of physical, sexual, emotional, or dating violence. It's a very different experience from what Alma and I'd say Virginia and I experienced growing up in public schools, but young women between the ages of 16 and 24 experience the highest rate of intimate partner violence. And surprisingly, this violence, according to stats, takes place in school buildings or around school grounds, which I find horrifying. One study had 42% and 43% of the males and 43% of the females reported abuse in and around the school. And this amendment would not cost anything, according to a report from the CBO, to have no impact on direct spending, and it would authorize safe relationship behavior to be included in comprehensive health education taught in secondary schools. And I find the stats and a changing environment, children are going to either learn from the schools or they're going to learn from the streets and from the neighborhoods. And I feel that it should be in the schools, and we should do everything to help our young men and women have information about respect for each other and healthy relationships. And Alma is more knowledgeable on this, having authored and passed this legislation in North Carolina.
Ms. Adams, thank you Ms. Maloney, thank you very much. If you could make sure that she has that microphone I want to be able to hear her. And that green light should be on.
It is.
And the gentlewoman is, we're delighted that you're here and to recognize you, and delighted that Carolyn has brought you along today. I assume this is your first trip to Rules Committee?
It is, sir.
Well, I hope it's one that you'll remember. Good luck.
Thank you very, thank you very much, Chairman Sessoms. Yeah, absolutely. I did come to support the Maloney Amendment providing safe relationship behavior education and training because I believe that it gives young people the tools that they need to make healthy decisions and to recognize and prevent physical and emotional abuse, dating violence, sexual violence, and sexual harassment. It is imperative, I'm a mother and I'm a grandmother, but I believe that it's imperative that our young folks receive the information that's accurate and appropriate and relevant. In North Carolina, we expanded our concern in this area through a bill called the Healthy Youth Act, which I did sponsor about 5 or 6 years ago. So now we have, in addition to what we only had, abstinence until marriage, and while we all agree that that's the best approach, it certainly was what I was taught, that in reality is not the case. And so we have a comprehensive program that would allow parents to choose, along with their children, what would be the best approach for them. In a perfect world, abstinence only is I think, where we want our young people to be, but that's not where they all are. So it often sometimes reinforces gender stereotypes and eliminates opportunities for young people to become empowered so that they can make those decisions when certain situations come up. So I believe that we need to provide the best for our young people as we can, and I think that this amendment certainly does that in bringing us a little bit further along, and I support it, and I hope that this committee would look favorably upon it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. I thought you did well, and we're delighted that you're here. And I thank you for taking the time to be here.
Thank you.
If we could, Chris, do you want to grab one of those microphones over there? And we're delighted that you're here. I know you come to us with an experience of also being a military family and probably living around the country, perhaps around the world. And I know you represent an area in New York that is pretty rural.
Yeah.
And you've got a great perspective. Gentleman's recognized.
Chairman, thank you very much. Great to be back with the committee. Appreciate your work, the diligence that you put in to your responsibilities. Also want to say I appreciate the committee that put together the bill. There's a lot in this bill that folks in upstate New York appreciate in terms of empowerment. There are several major issues with the bill. I am here to talk about one of them today, and it has to do with testing. The genesis of this coming out of No Child Left Behind that required annual testing that, in my view, touched off a focus on testing then that cascaded down to states. And we're at the point now, Mr. Chairman, where, everywhere I go when
Just a moment, please. Ms. Maloney? I'm going to ask that you stay. We've allowed you time, and you're going to allow us time to talk back to you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Gentleman may proceed.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And so on this issue of testing, everywhere I go in my district, I hear from parents, I hear from teachers, administrators that feel that they have to teach to the test now. And this is a very angsting topic, a lot of anxiety about this. There is movement in this bill to address some of what I'm talking about, and I want to be clear on that. But we haven't addressed the frequency of testing. And so this amendment that I have takes us back to grade span testing requirements pre-No Child Left Behind. So for math and language arts, we would go back to the grade span, essentially 3 through 5, grades 6 through 8, and then high school. Now that is the current standard for science, but we have these annual testing requirements for math and language arts. So, this, one of the undermining, or one of the criticisms of our amendment, a lot of concern in some quarters, particularly some where I'm very sensitive to, from folks who are coming from minority communities, that they're concerned that we wouldn't then have the focus, the feedback to then take action to address these matters. I want everyone to know that that is something that really resonates for me, very much concerning. However, with respect, I think that going to grade span, with disaggregated data at the grade span level, we will be able to address those concerns and address the concerns of parents and teachers who think we have too much testing now. And finally, last point, and this is, we have a bill that has 29 co-sponsors from 18 states. This amendment is 10 co-sponsors in the rush of putting in the amendment, but it's bipartisan. And, Mr. Chairman, I just respectfully request that we debate this on the floor. I think that there's a real desire to have this debate on the floor where members can come and represent their districts and talk about what they've heard out there. And I think that that would be something helpful to the anxiety that I'm hearing out there. And with that, I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gibson, thank you very much. Mark, we're delighted that you're here. I want to say you've been up here one time before, but this may be your first time also.
This is the first time.
It's your first time. Good. Well, the gentleman is welcomed here. Mr. Polo certainly, sitting in as ranking member, has a big old smile on his face, so you got some help up here.
Great, I appreciate
Gentleman's
it.
recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. The amendment that we have before you is adjusting the portability provision within the underlying bill. Congress adopted Title I of the ESEA Act in 1965 to provide federal funding to local school districts and schools that serve large concentrations of students in poverty to address the compounded impact of poverty on student learning. This amendment would strike the language in the underlying bill pertaining to portability, which undermines that funding for public education. In addition, the amendment would reaffirm that public funds are intended to go to public schools. The underlying bill changes the intent of the ESEA by including the portability provision. This would allow fewer federal dollars to be transferred to districts that have greater need. In Milwaukee, there's a school, a middle school I visited, Steuben Middle School, in a large poverty area. I went to the library and there were 30 kids meeting, and I asked what that group was, and they said it's a loss group for people who've lost someone close to them through non-natural methods, and they meant drugs, AIDS, and violence. It was one of 4 groups that size in that middle school. That's the reality in many schools that have larger concentrations of poverty and why the ESA has more funding going to those districts. According to the Department of Education, the 100 largest school districts in the country serving high concentrations of black students would lose about $1.3 billion under this proposal. For districts serving Hispanic students, the loss could be $1.8 billion. In Wisconsin, it's estimated we lose about $16 million for districts that have greater than 30% poverty. Bottom line is I think it would be great for the members of Congress to actually debate this provision on the floor and have a vote to discuss specifically whether or not we should have the portability provision included in this bill, and I would appreciate the committee's consideration on that.
Thank you very much. Mr. Garrett, welcome. We're delighted that you're here, and it's always good to get somebody that's one of my roommates along the hall.
There you go.
Rayburn, and good to see you, gentlemen.
It's always good to be back here.
Yes, sir.
And thank you to the chair, thanks to other members. I will be very brief on this, and also thanks to the work of the members of this committee who are also on dealing with the underlying bill as well for their work. This is probably the simplest amendment I've brought to the committee ever. All it does is change the date. Changes the effective date from 2021 to 2017. And why is that? For a couple of reasons. It would, we may have an opportunity, a unique opportunity in 2017 to revisit some of these educational issues. And so that's why we shrink it back to 2017. But by doing so, I think we're making a statement that all the good things that were in the underlying bill can be reinforced, reassessed, and to your point, with regard to hearings and the like, this will give us another opportunity to address some of these issues that are in it now, but also to the points that are being made over here, to address the issues of how do we actually empower parents, empower teachers, to return local control, which I think is ultimately what the Student Success Act is all about. So all we're asking is to just have a shorter period of time and come back, implement what you want to do here, but then come back and revisit it for all the good reasons that have been addressed by other people here, and I assume by others coming after me. So I thank the chairman, and I thank you for your consideration on other amendments that I've had before the committee as well. Thanks a lot.
Mr. Garrett, thank you very much. I recognize we're on a vote. There'll be a series of 3 votes. I'd like to advise Mr. Bridenstine. I know he's sitting there to make sure he'll be on the next panel. I promise he will, but we're going to come back after the votes. The committee, please, our witnesses, please stay where they are. We're going to about halfway through people showing at the vote, so we've got a few minutes. I'd like to ask the first question. Ms. Maloney, your amendment here, while it looks great, what would happen if we don't make it in order? Can districts still, as they do in North Carolina and local states, can they make their own decisions to do this? It seemed like you were arguing, which I agree with, having my boys in this age range, that this is part of the normal discussions that take place in health classes. It takes place in health classes about relationships, about proper behavior, about words, about things. What happens if we don't? Can states, if we don't make it, can states still do this?
I think it's a valuable part of education. I think it's an important part, given the changing dynamics in our society and the astonishing reports on the amount of disrespect between individuals and the amount of violence. What if an area makes a decision not to? This allows this, and I think when you have a federal leadership, you then develop curriculum that people share, that people learn, that strengthens this fabric of society. And I think that, it's a difficult amendment, really. I'm so glad Alma's here to talk about it with me, because it's so different from whatever I grew up with. I grew up in a very stable area, but that's not what it is for most people, and we need to help them. And I think it's important, and I think having a federal role and leadership is important, and I think it would
A recognition of a problem.
recognition of a problem and also solutions to the problem.
Good, thank you. Mrs. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank particularly my colleague, Alma Adams, who's from North Carolina, who's here for the first time. Alma and I served together in the North Carolina legislature, and I want to make sure that she feels welcome here at the Rules Committee, and the other members too. I don't have any questions to ask, but I welcome them all to the committee.
Thank you very much. Gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Polk's recognized.
I just want to add my voice to several of the amendments that have been introduced. I know last time we had H.R. 5, I think we had the opportunity to vote on Title I portability in the form of an amendment from Mr. Cantor. It passed the last House. I think it's important that we see where the new members are at. There's a whole lot of people who weren't here last time, and by allowing Mr. Pocan's amendment, we can have a debate on a major policy change, which I think is warranted on that, just as we did in the prior Congress. I hope that this Congress is at least as representative and can engage in that deliberation. Mr. Scott put a lot of work, along with the committee, into the Democratic substitute. We would deeply appreciate the opportunity to be able to have a debate and vote on that on the floor. The other amendments are generally thoughtful. I did just want to point out to Mr. Gibson and make sure he's aware that all of us hear about too much testing, obviously, but when you dig down, you'll find out that most of that is not federal. That's just a small piece of it, and a lot of the concerns that you and your colleagues raised are perhaps better addressed by school boards and in state houses. For instance, your home state of New York actually requires an exit exam, the Regents. I'm sure you're familiar with that, along with a lot of other testing. So sometimes when we hear people complaining about testing, it's not really a problem for Washington. It's just a small portion of that overall testing has anything to do with what we do here, and I think that's important to make sure our colleagues are aware of that as well, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Gibson, I want to thank you for bringing this amendment. I think it's one that deserves our attention, our debate. I got a text yesterday from a teacher acquaintance who I knew from long before I ran for Congress, who said it's inexcusable that we spend 12 hours testing 9-year-olds. So I hope that your amendment is allowed to come to the floor. I hope we're given an opportunity to debate it. I think it's a thoughtful amendment. Mr. Garrett, as always, you bring an amendment that's very thought-provoking, and again, I hope we'll have a chance, Mr. Chairman, to debate that and vote and let the House work its will on the floor tomorrow, and I yield back.
Yes, sir. Looks like you got some help up here, Chris. Does any other member seek time? Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I did have a specific question for Mr. Gibson. From what you talked about reduction in testing here. How much would it actually reduce? Because the question will be coming up, this is a state or a federal issue. How many would this actually reduce?
Yeah, so right now, there are 17 federally mandated testing. This would take it to 8. So gentleman's point from Colorado is valid. But what I've learned is that two things. One is the frequency at federal level, I think, is excessive, and I think that's backed up very much, with due respect, a nonpartisan comment. I mean, strong support on both sides of the aisle to address this issue at the federal level. What I would also say is that oftentimes the state will take a signal from the federal government, and we saw a proliferation of tests at the state level based on the increased numbers at the federal level. So more specifically, 17 to 8.
Well, as a husband of a teacher who has to do this in elementary school, I can recognize this fact has gone up, and states have increased in certain areas these other tests. But frankly, I would rather have, if the states want to do that, that's a local, that's a better level for us to take place on, not from a national level. And I think that is something, so it's interesting, and I appreciate the comments for that. Mr. Garrett, I think it brings up an interesting, your amendment, if accepted, would not do anything to do what we've been living under since 2007, basically a non-reauthorized. It would just, you made a comment that there may be a change in administrations, and will be, one way or the other, in just a couple of years. But it would not do anything, if this was reauthorized in a new way, this would just continue on. We're just taking the pattern as it goes.
Go vote.
Give us a reason,
Go vote.
opportunity to get back, because once you
Go
know
vote.
it's reauthorized, generally speaking.
You might miss it.
And I'm at the Oscars and just got the hook. I yield back.
Thank you very much. I have an agreement right now with the speaker that's in the chair there. We're holding up the rest of the next vote. So if you'd like to come back, you'll come back, but we are now subject. Gentleman's recognized. Without objection. Well, Ms. Bonamici's has been over several times. She has several, and I'm inclined to like at least one of them. So I thank the gentleman. We are now going to be, we're going to recess, subject to call the chair, which will be at the end of the last vote. I do not need you back if you do not.
This is for them, right?
We're going to come with the second panel. We're going to come back with the second panel now, and I appreciate our members not only coming back promptly, but allowing us to effectively move through the some 100-plus amendments that we have today. So I know our members will be back and forth. For those offices that are listening, I would encourage their members that would choose to give testimony on their amendments. I would encourage them to please come. We're going to now have the second panel, Mr. Desonnier, Ms. Titus, Ms. Sewell, Miss Titus, Miss. There you go. Miss Nevada. The gentlewoman, Maxine Waters, we've got you back on. I'm sorry, Maxine, last time I was trying to get you on the first panel. And that, well, I know you were, and I just, something didn't work right, did it? Well, I looked at you and smiled, right? You knew I was smiling at you. And Mr. Bridenstine, the gentleman from Oklahoma, who's also been here waiting since about 7:15 this morning. Mr. Bridenstine, I want to thank you for taking time. I told you I would get to you. And in fact, waiting a couple hours does work around this place. I welcome each and every one of you. You being here at the Rules Committee is important to us. We count on not only your testimony, but we know you're taking time out of your day. We know that you represent people back home, thoughts and ideas, and people that are important to you, and they're also important to this committee. We know that when you take time to come to the Rules Committee, we expect and want you to be on target with what the amendment's about. It gives us an opportunity to succinctly understand it. And as the old saying goes, take all the time you need, but not a second more. But this committee, Republicans and Democrats, is set up in a process to where we want to listen to you. And Mrs. Waters, we're delighted that you're here, because we'll call this Panel 1A for you. Panel 1A. Without objection, anything you have in writing will be entered in the record, and I would encourage us to make sure, Mr. Bridenstine, please make sure that green light is on for Ms. Waters over there. The gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you making this Panel 1A,
You're Panel 1A, yes,
but I
ma'am.
still didn't get on Panel 1, okay?
Well, you know what, that's my fault, but I did it with a smile, right?
Well, you did it with a smile. Thank you
Yes,
very,
ma'am.
very much.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm here to request that the Rules Committee make and order my amendment to H.R. 5, the Student Success Act, and waive all points of order against the amendment. My amendment to H.R. 5 concerns the placement of specialized instructional support personnel, such as social workers in high-need schools. The grants authorized by Title III of this bill provide for for-profit entities to receive federal dollars, and the title describes a number of private purposes for which to direct federal funds. However, there is no assurance in that title that any of the authorized grants will provide students in high-need schools with access to social workers and other personnel. My amendment would require federal funds to go where they are most needed before they can be distributed to private entities. I believe the goal of improving family engagement is best served by properly staffing high-need schools with qualified professionals to support our students. This amendment addresses one of the shortcomings of H.R. 5. H.R. 5 eliminates funding for after-school programs and community partnerships, and it eliminates social and emotional support programs that would keep students safe, healthy, and able to learn. My amendment helps to correct this limitation. So I want to thank the Rules Committee for considering my amendment and respectfully request that you waive all points of order and that you allow me to offer this amendment on the House floor.
Ms. Waters, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We're not only delighted that you're here, but being on Panel 1A was just in time delivery for you.
You can make up for it, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
Make my amendment in
Yes,
order.
yes, ma'am. You know, that sounds like an argument that gentleman from Florida makes to me all the time.
Oh, is that right?
I
Okay.
can
all
come in
right.
second, but I can try and get in first, so thank you very much. Ms. Titus, we're delighted that you're here. And if you'll borrow that microphone that's right there, make sure that green light's on, the gentlewoman's recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
ma'am.
Thank you for allowing me to testify on my amendment. It very simply would create a National Classified School Employee of the Year award, similar to the one we have for National Teacher of the Year, and CBO score says it will not cost anything. Classified school employees support the education of public school children. They are bus drivers, secretaries, school nurses, paraeducators, library assistants. They keep the schools running, they help students learn, and they enable teachers to do their job and teach. Whether they're in the classroom alongside teachers or they're driving students to school in the morning, serving in the infirmary as a nurse, they have virtually the same impact in schools that teachers can have. I imagine most of you remember your favorite classified employee just like you remember your favorite teacher. In Nevada, we have 15,500 classified employees who serve students from kindergarten through high school. There are over 2 million employees in kindergarten and high school throughout the country. This would just recognize the exceptional work that they do. One would be chosen from 9 different fields that they perform in the schools for an annual recognition. I would remind you that during the 111th Congress, this same bill took the form, or this amendment took the form of H.R. 2377. It passed this House on a voice vote. It had 59 bipartisan co-sponsors. Last Congress, I introduced similar legislation. It had the support of 79 bipartisan co-sponsors. So I hope you'll remember the public employees who work in our schools, who help our students, keep them safe, help them learn, and recognize them once a year with an Employee of the Year award. And I thank you very much.
Ms. Tice, thank you very much. If you'd move that microphone over just slightly to your right. Mr. Bridenstine, who's been here since about 7:15 or 7:30 this morning. Mr. Bridenstine, this committee is well aware of your service to this great nation by serving us in the armed services, and we want to thank you very much, not only for your continued service to our country through your work as being a member of Congress, but thank you for caring about the men and women. The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, and I would say that I've been here since 7:14, not
7:14. I knew it was pretty early this morning, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Rules Committee, my amendment is very simple. It is a sense of Congress. That's all, just a sense of Congress that elementary and secondary education is not the proper role of the federal government, and that the next reauthorization of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act should be used as an opportunity to end the federal government's involvement. My amendment does not change the policies in the underlying bill in any way, but it allows Congress to chart a direction forward. The Constitution grants certain enumerated powers to the federal government. The 10th Amendment clearly states that the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. Education is a power reserved to the states and the people. This is in the best interest of the students. As my mother, who is a public school teacher, or any other educator could tell you, children do not all learn the same way. Imposing national policies such as Common Core, or what they're now calling college and career ready, or whatever the new trendy term may be, leads to a standardized way of making sure that these standards are met. In other words, it requires more testing, which leads to a phenomenon that we see as teaching to the test. This is because the federal government dictates how education policy is supposed to be done. This is also important. It's also important to understand it's not just about whether or not it's extra constitutional, but it has also been proven to be a massive waste of money. We have been told time and again that if only we invest more in our children's education and spend more money from the federal government, it will solve the problems plaguing our educational system and our students will flourish. The facts simply do not back this up. According to a recent Cato study, and I'd like to submit this for the record with unanimous consent.
Without objection.
According to a recent Cato study, over the past 40 years, federal spending per student has exploded by over 400%. Over 400%, and that's in real dollars, inflation-adjusted real dollars. And yet, test scores have remained absolutely flat. I ask unanimous consent to place this chart in the record, which has been approved. And this chart directly contradicts the idea that if we spend more federal money, we're going to have better results. I appreciate the efforts of the underlying bill to begin rolling back the federal government's involvement in elementary and secondary education. I wish it could go further, and I think it needs to be strengthened. From the amendments I've seen that will be under consideration today, there will be ample opportunity to do so. In the interim, I believe it is important for Congress to state affirmatively that we believe that the Constitution and the will, that the Constitution and we will work towards the ultimate goal of writing federal policy with original intent. I respectfully request my amendment be made in order, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Ms. Bridenstine, we appreciate you being here very much. Mrs. Sewell, welcome. I will be honest, I don't know if this is your first time at the Rules Committee?
No, this term, yes.
This term it is. Okay. Well, we're delighted that you're here.
Thank
And the gentlewoman is recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Slaughter, and the members of the Rules Committee. Today, I'm compelled to testify because of my belief that all children in this great nation deserve access to equitable and quality education. This is a conviction that this body has held dearly for over half a century, and it is one that we cannot turn our backs on. When President Johnson signed the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1964, he stated, "As President of the United States, I believe deeply no law I have signed or ever will sign means more to the future of America." President Johnson was right. Today, 50 years later, we are charged with a responsibility that is no less sacred. The ESEA was written with the awareness that concentrated poverty compromises a school's ability to meet all of its students' needs. The impact of portability and the elimination of maintenance of effort provision of H.R. 5 would have a devastating effect on the children in my district. There are 66 schools defined as failing in my home state of Alabama. Of those 66 schools, 31 are concentrated in my district. Over 90% of the children in these schools are a part of the 31 failing schools that live in poverty. Mr. Chairman, this is very personal to me because I graduated from one of those now failing schools, Selma High School, where today more than 90% of its students are in poverty. After seeing the complete lack of concern for these students in H.R. 5, my concerns are more cemented. Selma High School, that I beloved and graduated from, will lose over 19% of its federal funding if H.R. 5 is allowed to go into effect. And Dallas County School, which is a neighboring school system, would lose over 22% of its funding. More than 70% of the students in my district live in poverty. And of the 26 school districts that serve my constituents, only 2 of them have a poverty rate of less than 56%. So I hope today we all understand the importance of what's at stake. My first amendment, Amendment Number 58, delays elimination of the maintenance of efforts under the states until the states determine that doing so doesn't reduce college and career readiness of disadvantaged students. Again, my Amendment 58 delays elimination of the maintenance of efforts until states can determine that doing so will not reduce college and career readiness. My second amendment, Amendment 59, ensures that educators and administrators are equipped with the culturally relevant professional development that they need to assist low-performing students and students at risk of suspension and expulsion. Working in tandem, my 2 amendments are aimed at the long-term goal of ensuring that our nation's premier education bill sets our students on a pathway to college and career rather than a pathway to a life in poverty or in prison. Maintenance of efforts has provided the greatest protection to low-income districts like mine. Without this protection, there would be no guarantee that states and localities dictate federal funds to classrooms and teachers to prepare our students for college and career. We must do more to prepare our young people for college and career. While 86% of the U.S. population has graduated from high school, only 28.8% have attained a bachelor's degree. We are only preparing a small portion of our students for college, and the removal of the maintenance of efforts requirement would only exacerbate that matter. This is why I encourage this committee to incorporate my amendment number 58. As the student population in our schools become increasingly diverse, our educators need the appropriate training and professional development to provide cultural and socioeconomic competencies. On top of their need for resources, many educators in my district and across this country face the additional challenge of having to maintain a safe and orderly environment for all students. Cultural training is important because of the strong link between poverty, race, and school discipline. As out-of-school discipline and suspensions are increasing, Black students are 3 times more likely to be suspended or expelled than white students. While Black children represent 18% of preschool enrollment, they make up 48% of children receiving more than one out-of-school suspension. This is increasingly troubling, considering that school expulsions and suspension practices are often associated with high dropout rates and negative educational and life outcomes. School detention is often the first contact that many students have with the criminal justice systems. When we kick our students out of schools, we render their ability to learn and grow. My Amendment 59 seeks to reverse those trends by equipping our classroom teachers with guidance that they need to best handle and understand cultural needs of all of our children. These are all of our children, Mr. Chairman. These are all of our schools, and we cannot deny that their success is really our success. Today, I ask the Rules Committee to incorporate both of my amendments into H.R. 5.
Thank you very much. Mark, welcome. I'm delighted that you're here with us. Say your last name for me.
DeSaulnier.
I'm sorry?
DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier. I got it close.
Anything close, I'll respond to. Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
well, we're trying to do the best we can up here. We're delighted that you're here, and the gentleman's recognized.
Yeah, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I appreciate this is my first time here. I have two amendments, Mr. Chairman. The first amendment I filed would ensure that wraparound services are protected in this bill. For too many students and families, the average school day is just not enough. This amendment would ensure that before, after school programs and summer school programs are protected from unintended funding cuts. It also protects funding for community support programs for low-income students. These programs, as you know, and others like them, are what constitute wraparound services, which support students and youth with emotional or behavioral disabilities and their families. We know from the research that these are good investments, and they work, and they create partnerships between the districts and other local government agencies and nonprofits. Both Republicans and Democrats spoke about the merits of these types of programs at the markup earlier this month, including 21st Century Community Learning Centers, and the need to keep them funded and functioning. This amendment simply asks the Secretary of Education to report on the effect that block grant funding has for these vital programs as we go ahead with block grants, and I would ask your consideration of that first amendment. Mr. Chairman, the second amendment is in regards to Head Start. The second amendment that we filed would make a small technical correction to allow for better partnerships between local government education agencies, LEAs, and Head Start programs. Under current law, as you may know, Head Start agencies are required to form coordination agreements with LEAs. These agreements are formed to ensure that Head Start is providing services that are the most helpful and relevant to the local community. Head Start agencies which show the process and create unnecessary bureaucracy, and we try to avoid those. All this amendment would do is strengthen the language that currently exists within ESEA to coordinate with early childhood programs and instead require them to develop agreements with Head Start agencies. It would make agreements a two-way street in this manner and would create better effectiveness. So it's a simple, should be, what I hope, a bipartisan technical amendment to make sure that the partnerships are stronger and indeed two-way streets. And with that, I would respectfully ask for your consideration of the two amendments.
Thank you very much. This panel has brought a lot of energy to us today, and I appreciate you very much. This issue of getting us better and better is important to me. Those of you who've been around have heard me say this. I have a son in the top 2% academically and a son in the bottom 2% academically as a result of him being a Down syndrome young man. I'm concerned about all of our students that really want to get an education, but find things, their circumstances aren't not right for that always. And to hear each of you come and represent your thoughts and ideas, some I strongly identify with and others I'm willing to listen to. But I want you to know that my experiences have taught me that having a son at both ends of the, so to speak, the spectrum, I know that there's 96% in between. I was maybe one of those students more myself. I was not in the top 2%, and I wasn't in the bottom 2%. Somehow we make it. But I do believe that our educational experiences give us the direction about whether we want to move on to be more successful or not. And so I, in particular, love hearing stories about your ideas. I do too remember my 3rd, 4th, and 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th grade teachers and their names and the people who were very kind to me along the way. So your stories of encouragement and thoughtfulness go a long way, and I'm delighted that you're here. And I will tell you that every one of you, even if you got here at 7:14 this morning, your time before this committee is helpful to me. And so I appreciate your thoughts. If you'll please hold on, there are going to be others that have questions or comments, and you've taken your time. We're now going to let the committee have their time. The gentleman, Dr. Burgess, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I look at the panel in front of us, many people have arrived who weren't here when your predecessors were in the chair of this committee. And just to take you back to the old days, both under Republican and Democratic chairs, if a member had an amendment that they wanted to bring to the Rules Committee, they had to submit, I don't remember, 147 copies, and they had to be submitted at the back door. They had to be submitted before the Rules Committee met. The Rules Committee met at like 2 o'clock in the morning, and if you came up here with your amendments, the door was always locked and you couldn't get your amendments in. So it was an effective traffic management strategy, but it wasn't a good floor management strategy, and as a consequence, there were many times where just frankly, I gave up because it was just too onerous to get an amendment to the committee and to be heard, or it was so late at night that no one was paying attention anyway. So I thank the chairman for making this process so much more open for the last 2 years and 2 months. I think the House is better for it. You know, Mr. Bridenstine, I appreciate you getting up here early. I appreciate you bringing the amendment. I think it's an important amendment. I think it's one that is worthy of our consideration. And actually, if you couple your amendment with Mr. Garrett's amendment from the previous panel, which limited the time of the authorization, the reauthorization for this bill to 2017 from 2021, I think it would make your amendment even more powerful. We've got to do our work. Whatever happens with this bill, amendments or not, when it passes, it replaces the existing No Child Left Behind language, which without passage of a new bill has no expiration date. But just as important as passing a bill that will replace the existing No Child Left Behind, it's important that we recognize that we need to do our work in the future. 13 years is too long to go between authorizations. I came to this Congress in 2003. The last authorization was 2002. This bill has not been reauthorized during my tenure here, and that's with both Republican and Democratic majorities. The Democrats took the majority in 2007. I thought they would produce a bill that had everything in it that they wanted, and we would just have to live with it, but I was wrong. Chairman Miller couldn't get it through his committee. The bill languished and never came to the floor of the House. We have passed bills under Republican majorities in the House, but with Democratic majorities in the Senate, they've gone nowhere. It is appropriate for us to replace the 2002 language. It is appropriate for us to do that with as open a process as possible. I think that believes making your amendment in order. I would like to see that coupled with Mr. Garrett's amendment, and that would make me a great deal more confident in voting for the reauthorization of this bill as it stands before us today. So, Mr. Chairman, I know that wasn't a question, that was a rant, but I needed to get it off my chest, and thank you for the indulgence.
Dr. Burgess, thank you very much. Sometimes these things happen, and that's a great thing about having great members. Speaking of great members, gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you very much,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman. I support the amendments of all of the colleagues except Mr. Bridenstine, who I intend to direct my questions and remarks. Mr. Bridenstine, I'm 78 years old, and obviously, just because of your baby face, I know you're younger than am I. I also, on yesterday, spoke to the reasons many of us in the early stages of our lives and careers needed the assistance of the federal government because we were being discriminated against. Do you treat the first 10 amendments as original intent? And if so, what do you do with the remaining amendments? Do you allow that the people pass those in the amendment process? Is that how you come to your reasoning?
I would say that's correct. Certainly, when the Constitution is amended, then that is the new Constitution. I do think that if we want to be involved at the federal level in elementary and secondary education, we should amend the Constitution, and then we go forward from there. But I don't think that currently, the way the Constitution is written, I think this is one of those areas that's left to the states or the people.
All right, let me follow up then, and in light of the fact that you rely upon the 10th Amendment, let me just read for all of us what the 10th Amendment says, as I'm sure you already know and have either enumerated in your offer here today or otherwise. The power is not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively. And there's an interesting comma after that, or to the people. So your or to the people in the original intent allows that they needed then to amend the Constitution, and that cases that are now legend in our nation, Brown versus Board of Education, for example, that was really a bad decision in your light because they took into consideration that people were being discriminated against. And even though there was this opportunity for the states, they said that the states couldn't discriminate. How do you treat that or to the people?
Well, certainly discrimination is not permissible under the law. Certainly the cases that you reference are important. What I'm referring to here is it would appear that the more we spend on education, the results don't end up bearing that out. And certainly just because the federal government doesn't do it doesn't mean that nobody's doing it, and certainly the states can do it. Should they discriminate? Absolutely not. I think the law addresses that.
Well, how would they under your amendment? And let me, before we get to 10, there was other discussion by Mr. Jefferson and Mr. Hamilton and all of those founders. Amendment number 9 says the enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people.
I agree with that.
And you don't see any contradiction when it comes to states discriminating against people as they did with reference to some of us that went to segregated schools.
No, I don't. What I'm talking about here is as it relates to federal spending on education, the outcomes don't warrant the spending itself. But certainly discrimination is abhorrent and shouldn't, of course, has no place in law at all. It should be illegal.
Well, in the for whatever it's worth category, some states, if left to their devices, would spend more money on certain children than they would on others. And therein lies the raison d'etre for the federal government to be involved. You heard Ms. Sewell, your colleagues' expressions with reference to both of her amendments.
I did, and I would say certainly if it's about poverty, if it's about race, all of us empathize with that. And what I would suggest is then Title I funds ought not be held unless certain curriculum is met. If it's about poverty, if it's about race, then it shouldn't be used as a tool to force my state of Oklahoma to adhere to certain curriculum. That ultimately is a different role. Discrimination is wrong. It should be illegal, and certainly we all agree with that.
I respect that, and I guess I'll use Cornel West's statement, W.B. Du Bois before him, and John Hope Franklin after that and before him. Race matters. Don't forget that here. Okay. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back his time. Does any Republican, the gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank the members for coming and pleading for their amendments and engaging the Rules Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to engage with them. Appreciate your passion on this issue of education. And one thing we all believe is that your success and your future should not solely be based on the zip code that you happen to live in. And I, for one, also want to speak for the trees and hope that we get this bill passed because we can't afford to waste this much paper again. So, but I really do appreciate all your engagement and look forward to debating. And I think a lot of amendments are going to make it to the floor. And I appreciate your willingness to come up and engage the Rules Committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this open process.
Yes, sir. Does any Democrat seek the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Post, recognized?
Yeah, I want to thank, I would encourage the chair to make an order, Ms. Waters' amendment, Ms. Titus's amendment, Mr. DeSaulniers' amendment, and you have one remaining amendment, Ms. Sewell, is that right? The other one is, you just have one remaining one, right? Okay. No, I thought a lot of them might have been withdrawn. Right. Okay, got it. So you have the two left. One that's the one with Watson and Coleman, and then the one that you did on your own. Yeah, I would encourage the chair to put those in order. I wanted to also address a brief comment to Mr. Bridenstine, and I was just, I don't want to get to the merits of the federal role. Obviously, we'll be discussing that if your amendment is in order and the merits of the amendment. But I'm curious about the mention of the next reauthorization of ESCA. I mean, obviously, we're engaged with a reauthorization now. Why what you suggest in terms of considering legislation eliminating the role of federal government in K-12 education, why do you not support that now and only for the future?
Well, I think if you're going to do it, it needs to be orderly. It needs to be planned. It needs to, if we were to cut, primary and secondary education funding from the federal level, it should be commensurate with a tax cut according to the outlays that normally go to that program, and then the states can raise their own money and implement
So at this point in time, with this reauthorization, you do not support eliminating the role of the federal government in K-12 education, is that correct?
Not immediately. I'd like a sense of Congress that see if this is where Congress is.
And now that could be, here we are 15 years after the last reauthorization. So obviously no Congress could do anything binding for future Congresses. I don't know if you'll be here or I'll be here or the chair will be here. It's hard to say who will be here in 10 or 12 or 14 years. Mr. Hastings will be here. Mr. Hastings will be here. So I mean, it's just a curious way to, again, it's a sense of Congress regarding future Congresses. I've never seen that construction before in any amendment. So I mean, is it your sense now that this is what you want, or are you saying that you hope that some future Congress thinks this way?
So the idea is it's just a sense of Congress to see where Congress is, and if Congress supports this idea, then as we go forward for the next reauthorization, we can implement plans to execute what I'm talking about right now.
Okay. Well, I would just urge the chair, I would hope that, given that we have to cull the amendments somewhat, I would hope we focus on the amendments for this reauthorization. It's hard enough to get this one out the door. It's hard to imagine in 10 years what that Congress will be doing. I don't know. who will be here, but certainly they won't be taking advice from a Congress that's long left office. But again, I hope that we can have a good discussion with a lot of these amendments, a lot of ideas, and if the Bryanstein one is allowed, well, I'll be happy to debate why I oppose it. But I think it's just a very unusual construction to talk about something that might occur in 10 or 15 years rather than what we're doing now. And I yield back.
There's no reason it would have to be 10 or 15 years.
Gentleman yields back his time. I hope we're here long enough to see your son get in first grade, which will be, what, 2 years from now? 3? 2 years from now. So right around the corner, you'll be in this opportunity time to go to schools and really see firsthand what so many of the people that are here before us today see. Thank you very much. Mr. Collins, do you seek time?
Just a short.
Jump's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I appreciate each coming up here and the different remarks that have been made and what we've talked about. And I think there is, from Mr. Bridenstine, your point of view, I think there is a sense of Congress, and I think it is an issue that we do need to tackle. These are the big questions that we're here for, whether we have the role and how we protect that. And I think that's a fair assessment. I appreciate you spreading that and sharing that time. Ms. Titus, who also, I wanted just to hit your amendment just for a second, whether it's made in order or not. I think what you've hit is an interesting thing. And sometimes we miss this. We talk about teachers. My wife's a teacher, and my brother and sister, and I have a lot of others that are, but there's those unsung heroes. And I do appreciate you bringing that out. That is something to come here. And when we talk about, the folks, and I know the chairman mentioned his teachers, I remember Miss Kane in the lunchroom when I was going through and was playing ball and wanted something to eat, and I would just be nice to the lunchroom ladies, and they would give me an extra slice of pizza. And for a kid who was growing out of his shoes and going to basketball practice in the afternoon, that was pretty important, to me. So, look, I'm not, sure whether this is appropriate in this environment or not, but I just want to thank, because sometimes in Washington, it's easy to talk about the big stuff. It's easy to get involved but sometimes it's all about, and I know from this side of the aisle, from my perspective, it's about everybody. It's about people. And the great thing about you coming and talking about that is you shined a spotlight on some folks who do some great work and are many times overlooked. And so for that, I just want to say thank you, and for the rest of you coming, I appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. The recognition of this committee about education and about your experiences that you get a chance to share with us, your ideas about philosophies and about moving forward are important. I want to thank each of you for not only taking time to be here today, but for sharing your ideas about how to make this a better bill. If you'll please make sure that you leave anything you came up here in writing so that our awesome stenographer is able to effectively utilize your work. We appreciate it, and I thank this panel very, very much. Before we get to the third panel, I want to recognize I've got two very dear friends from Dallas, Texas, who are visiting. This happens to be an education day, but we have a former member of the Dallas City Council, the gentleman, Honorable Dave Newman, who is here visiting. And Mr. Newman, thank you for taking time to be with your favorite congressman, and Dr. Brian McCauley, who is from a doctoral program at Parker College that's in Dallas, Texas. I thank both of you for taking time to come into the Rules Committee today and to watch us as we deal with education on the federal level. This third panel, I would like to recognize at this time, Ms. Lawrence, I know you've been here for quite a while. I don't know if it was at 7:15 this morning, but I know you've been here. Mr. Jeffers, I know you've been here. If you please come up and get ready for us here. Mr. Dole, don't forget we've got our Eagle Scout ceremony that's this afternoon. GK, we need you up at this table also. And certainly the gentleman from San Antonio, Texas, my dear friend, as a member of the Bexar County delegation, I'm delighted to have you here, Mr. Castro. I think all of you have been to the Rules Committee before. You know that what we're attempting to do is to effectively get through about 100 people this afternoon, our colleagues who would come up and testify. I would once again mention to those offices that are watching, if you've got a member that has not given testimony yet, I'd get behind that effort right now. We will continue until we have run out of people, but we'll let that happen. All 5 of you, please know that anything you have in writing will be entered in the record without objection. And I would like to recognize Ms. Lawrence first. And if you'll please make sure that green light's on, the gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Sessions and Ranking Member Slaughter, this is my first being a freshman, so I'm excited about this. Nice to have you. And also the distinguished members of the committee for allowing me to share with you what I feel is a common sense amendment that, according to CBO, will have no impact on direct spending. Long before I was a member of Congress and before I was a mayor, I was a wife, mother, and I was involved in my PTA. And I was then elected to my school board as president. I served as vice president and even secretary. I know firsthand the struggles of working class parents, teachers, support staff, and administrators. There's always so much need and too few dollars to go around. While I have many concerns about several sections of the Student Success Act, I do believe we must work together in a bipartisan manner to ensure that the ESEA reauthorization this Congress, we simply cannot continue to put this off. The primary purpose of the original Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965 was to help schools better serve the special education needs of educationally deprived children. However, it seems that over time the law focus has expanded to include numerous other objectives. I truly believe that we must align our federal education policy with a coherent system that supports all students from early childhood through high school graduation. We need a system that will promote accountability to ensure student achievement by looking at the whole child and not just student test scores. American families deserve an education system that provides a comprehensive picture of both the student and the educator. Victor Hugo said, "He who opens a school door closes a prison." I believe this statement is particularly true for children living in poverty, those who are homeless, and those who are in the foster care system. Many students are blessed to have parents that can be advocates for them in and out of school. They have parents that know their teachers, attend the PTAs, and even testify at school board hearings. My children and my grandchildren are part of that blessed group. However, far too many young people are not that lucky. 1 in 45 children experience homelessness in America each year. Children experiencing homelessness are 4 times more likely to show delayed development and twice as likely to have learning disabilities. Many of these children end up under the care of the state through our foster care system. There are approximately 402 children in foster care in the United States. In Michigan alone, approximately 13,000 children are in a foster care on any given day. On average, children remain in state care for nearly 2 years, and 8% of these children in foster care have been there for 5 or more years. The ethnic breakdown is even more devastating, as 24% of those in foster care are African American, which is double the percentage of African American children in the entire United States population. When children are removed from abusive and neglected families who neglect them, they should be kept from further harm. And while foster care can be a safe haven for some, it could be heartbreaking for others. Often the only time foster children has a measure of stability or a healthy meal, or someone who asks them, "How are you doing?" and asks about their schoolwork, it is in the classroom and in a school building. In 2013, more than 23,000 young people aged out of the foster care without permanent families. In fact, research has shown that those who leave care without being linked to permanent families are likely to experience incarceration, homelessness, and unemployment as adults. The state, therefore, has a vested interest in the next generation of Americans who are faced with heightened emotional and behavior and academic challenges. Most of the data on foster care youth is limited, and many of the studies on outcomes for these youth face particular challenges. They tend to be out of date, they have low response rates, small sample size, and do not follow youth before they leave the foster care. Few studies include comprehensive groups to gauge how well these children are transitioning to adulthood in relation to their peers. I have submitted 4 amendments to H.R. 5, all concerning students in foster care. My amendment number 44 simply furthers asks that the data is disaggregated and that it is the data that is already collected. If included, the data generated would allow the state to track the achievement or failure of students who are in foster care by their academic assessments. As you are aware, academic assessment results are already gathered within each state, and LEA by gender, racial, and ethnic groups. English proficiency status, students with disabilities, and students with an active duty military parent. This only seeks to ensure that fostered youth are also monitored and reported on so that the state can take corrective action as needed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to hear my voice and to have a voice on this important issue, this reauthorization bill, and I urge you to rule my amendment in order. Thank you so much.
Ms. Lawrence, thank you very much. Mr. Dold?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the committee for allowing me to come and testify. I've got a very simple amendment. The amendment actually was derived from an educational advisory board meeting that I had last week. Sat down with teachers, principals, administrators, and they highlighted for me something that's going on in Illinois, which frankly I think most of you might find a bit unusual, because I think it is. Right now, Illinois is using federal funds that come in to the state that are used to pay teachers. They actually are using those funds. They're putting in an additional, what I'll call is a penalty, to go pay unfunded liabilities, so fiscal mismanagement, to the tune of an additional 33%. So consequently, school districts aren't using those funds to hire teachers in some of the most needy school districts that we have. Title I funds that are going to these schools, they're using to try to fund other things. And ultimately, what this amendment does is it says, look, the federal dollars that we are spending and sending to the states need to go to the students that need it most. And so this would not prevent funding the normal costs of a pension. What it prevents is it prevents using those additional funds, so that additional 33% to go fund pensions and unfunded liabilities that have happened in the past, and therefore freeing up the opportunity for those school districts to hire more teachers where it's needed, whether it be with IDEA, Title I. Really what it does is it gives more flexibility. It's not cutting funding. In fact, what it's doing is it's allowing our federal dollars to be able to be stretched that much further, to allow those schools and to be able to use those funds as they best see fit. Because from what I'm hearing from the teachers and from the administrators back in my state, is that when those funds come in, they almost automatically don't look to hire teachers. Round Lake Schools, which is an area that actually is an area in need, said that if this amendment were to go through, in the ability for them, they had about, I think, $1.4 million in Title I funds, they would actually be able to hire 6 additional teachers. 6 additional teachers in the classroom is significant. For us doing nothing more than making it clear that our federal funding, that our funding dollars can go to pay for current pensions, but not to go pay for past pension funding. That's something that the state can find a different way to be able to go and make up that shortfall. So this is something that I hope will be greeted with bipartisan support. This is about trying to make sure that we are doing the best by our teachers, by the students that are most in need, and my hope that we're going to be able to have broad bipartisan support on this amendment. With that, I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, a member of the committee, Mr. Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and let me thank the ranking member from the great state of New York, as well as distinguished members of the Rules Committee. Appreciate this opportunity to testify on this very important issue. I'm here today in support of a modest change to H.R. 5 that would amend the relevant portions of the Student Success Act related to technology to include education about the harms of copyright piracy. This amendment is designed to encourage local agencies, teachers, educational staff, and parents to discuss the harms of copyright piracy and the use of technology in a responsible fashion. In the absence of classroom instruction about copyright piracy at the elementary and secondary school level, young people are often unaware of the boundaries established in law to prevent the illegal infringement of copyrighted content. 2013 study commissioned by the Intellectual Property Awareness Foundation concluded that the incidence of copyright theft increased with age, from 17% of those aged 12 through 13 to 31% of those aged 16 to 17. According to a 2011 Columbia University study, 70% of North Americans between the ages of 18 to 29 have at some point acquired unauthorized music or video files. The research suggests that in order to uphold the societal value of respect for intellectual property, it's best when individuals learn this principle at an early age. This mission, in fact, is anchored in the constitutional charge to Congress to protect intellectual property. As the committee, I believe, knows, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 8 of the U.S. Constitution says, "The Congress shall have the power to promote the progress of science and useful arts by securing for limited times to authors and inventors the exclusive right to their respective writings and discoveries." This was in the Constitution. We have an Article 1 responsibility, I believe, as members of Congress to ensure that creators and innovators are not robbed of the fruits of their labor. Technology, of course, is the way of the future. It's a wonderful tool, and we must ensure that our students are using it in a safe and responsible manner. Just as we teach our children about parameters in the physical space, it seems appropriate to provide at least the opportunity for people in the educational field to discuss digital etiquette as well. In the classroom, children are taught that plagiarism is an ethical violation of academic honesty. This amendment will hopefully, in a modest way, facilitate the extension of this type of discussion into the digital era. To that end, we must equip schools and parents with the information and tools necessary to proactively educate students about the unforeseen impact of how copyright piracy harms the American economy. My amendment would expand opportunities for teachers, educational staff, parents to learn about the issues and harms connected to copyright piracy, and then choose to potentially pass that information along to students where appropriate. It would also ensure that local educational agencies receiving grants for technology programs can include education about technological responsibility in classroom discussion. A wide variety of bipartisan stakeholders support this amendment, including the educational organization Creative Future, the Copyright Alliance, the Recording Industry Association of America, the National Music Publishers Association, the Songwriters Guild, the Authors Guild, and many, many others. Intellectual property protection is a foundation of the American economy beyond its constitutional origin. Our continued prosperity in part depends on protecting the innovation and creative output of artists, musicians, scientists, authors, engineers, and many, many others across the American spectrum. Thus, we must recognize the vital role that education plays in helping students to understand the value of the creative works prepared by others and to protect this significant sector of opportunity for future generations. For these reasons, I urge the committee to accept this modest amendment, and I thank you for the time to make this presentation.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair would ask Mr. Butterfield, have you been recognized yet? Chair recognized Mr. Butterfield.
Elevated with Ms. Fox a few minutes ago, and she admonished me that sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes brevity is rewarded in this committee, and so thank you so very much. But Mr. Chairman, my amendment, yes, thank you. I want you to see that I've struck out more than 50% of what's been written for me here. But Mr. Chairman, my amendment would insert affirmative language in the finding portion of the bill that supports the continued and unequivocal importance of equity and education. To some degree, Mr. Chairman, this amendment is the opposite of the amendment that was offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma just a few moments ago that says that there is no federal role, or should be no federal role in public education. The amendment emphasizes the need to continue the historic federal role in education to support schools and districts with high concentrations of poverty. My amendment reaffirms the Supreme Court's decision in Brown versus Board that equity in education is a fundamental civil right, not a privilege. A strong ESEA is vital to ensuring our nation's children are afforded with equal access to education. It is our obligation to strengthen the ESEA, not abandon it. My amendment underscores the commitment we have to equal education for all. And I must note, Mr. Chairman, that all Democratic members of the Congressional Black Caucus, of which I am the chair, have co-sponsored my amendment, demonstrating our united belief that education is a civil right. In conclusion, H.R. 5 in its current form would deprive the country's largest 32 school districts with high concentrations of Black and Hispanic students of more than $3 billion in federal support. The cuts in education spending would lock funding at sequestration levels and allow states to divert money from schools serving vulnerable student populations to wealthier districts and eliminate guarantees that education funding would reach the classroom. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, I respectfully ask that you make my amendment in order, and I thank you for the time.
The chair thanks the gentleman. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Castro, for purposes of your amendment.
I have 4 amendments, but I'll spend a few moments mostly on 2 of them. The first one is an amendment which would improve college and career readiness for homeless youth by requiring the state to include in the state plan a description of how such youth would receive assistance from counselors to advise, prepare, and improve college readiness. This was a gap in ESEA that we noticed, that there was nothing specifically speaking to homeless youth, and we know that nationwide there are about 1.6 million homeless youth across our country. I want to thank Representative Stivers, who joined me as a co-sponsor of this amendment. I'm sorry that I have my back to some of the members. And also, we worked with the staff of both the ranking member on the Education Committee and the staff of the chairman of the Education Committee. So we tried to make this a bipartisan thing. We believe that we've got folks who have bought into this. The second one that I would speak of is an amendment that would essentially, the way I see it, try to create a DNA map of our high schools with respect to third-party services that are being provided there. And this is a pilot program that would be undertaken by the Secretary in coordination and cooperation with 20 local education agencies or school districts for 3 years, 20 districts every year. And essentially what it would say is this: it would assess at, let's say a school district has 5 high schools in it. It would take each high school and figure out which providers, which third-party providers are in that high school. So for example, you might have a provider in there like the National College Advising Corps, of which I am a board member. they may be in that school. Project Stay, which gets people to college in Texas, might be in that school. An abstinence-only program may be there, or an anti-teen pregnancy program may be in there. But something that for each of those high schools would give us a good sense, essentially a DNA map of what services, aside from the governmental built-in component, the teachers, the counselors on staff, the principal, obviously, what third-party providers are there. And the reason I think that would be very valuable for us is for a few reasons. First, so that when states and the federal government are making spending decisions, so that we could try to eliminate redundancies, spending money on multiple programs doing the same thing, and so that when we find a high school that's doing well, whose students are doing well, particularly in dropout prevention, for example, or other things, we can figure out exactly which program or combination of programs is working. And I see this as part and parcel to being very disciplined and systematically figuring out where we should spend our dollars. I think that it is both a conservative and a progressive idea in that sense. And I would ask the committee's consideration in making my amendments in order.
Does the gentleman yield back?
I do. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. I believe we've now heard from all of the witnesses. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from North Carolina for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank all of our colleagues for being here today and being so patient and being brief, and thank them for their presentations. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The ranking members recognized. Does the gentlelady yield back? I yield back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Woodall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a chance to thank Ms. Lawrence for her work on behalf of foster children earlier, and still appreciate that. I hope we'll be able to work with you to make that happen. Mr. Jeffries, I wanted to question the polling, the survey data that you had. You indicated about 30% of folks under the age of 18 had violated copyright law. I'm pretty certain that must be 100% of teenagers under the age of 18. Is your district different from mine in that way?
Well, it's a modest amendment, and that was probably a modest poll number. But, you know, it's certainly, you know, there are challenging issues that we have to work out in the context of, you know, the appropriate balance between, I think, our constitutional charge of, you know, protecting intellectual property, broadly defined, as given to us in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 8, and allowing for the growth and development of technology, which is important for our innovation economy. But I think that balance necessarily involves communication that there are clear statutory norms that have been set forth, and providing that information to our children, I think, is a positive thing.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I'm a sucker for any Article 1 responsibility arguments. You had me at Article 1, but I've heard from some folks back home who are also enthusiastic about that, so I appreciate that. And Mr. Dole, we actually had a conversation here yesterday about what would happen if you gave states the ability to use money more freely. Would they use it for with the power of good, or would it be wasted? And I sided on the power. Of course, they were going to use it responsibly, and they're going to do all the right things all the time. I don't think people believe anymore if they show up and share their concerns with their congressman that comes here. I think they think it falls on deaf ears, and folks go to the next campaign committee. I can't tell you how pleased I am that you heard the concern. It's been one that has been expressed here, and you didn't pass the buck. You said, hey, I think we can fix this together, and I hope we will be able to work together to fix that. Thanks, gentlemen. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern.
I want to thank you all. I think all your amendments have merit. I'm going to support an open rule, make sure that every one of them are made in order. And I think we should have an open rule, given the fact that, much to my surprise, this underlying bill didn't have a single hearing this Congress on an issue this important. And while we all have some good ideas here, I think there are administrators and principals and teachers all across this country that would have welcomed the opportunity to come in and offer their opinions. But that was denied. And so I think that we ought to open this up and spend a few days on this bill. While I appreciate they're going to probably give you a structured rule, some of you might make it, some of you might not. I think every germane amendment ought to be made in order, especially given in light of what I think is a very flawed process. So I thank you very much and look forward to listening to your amendments on the floor.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your recognizing me. I do want to thank all the members for their amendments and their thoughtful input on this very important bill. I wanted to especially thank the gentleman from Texas for including me on his amendment regarding homeless youth that are not always getting the college readiness they need, and with millions of our kids who find themselves homeless at some point during their high school or school career, rather, that we owe them better than what they're getting today. And I appreciate the way in which the gentleman worked across the aisle. We worked with the committee and actually sought input and tried to build consensus. And I just wanted him to know it's been an honor to work with him on this, and appreciate his including me.
Yes.
And I will yield to the gentleman.
No, thank you. And I just want to say thank you, Representative, and you and your staff were very helpful and very thoughtful as we went through drafting the amendment. So I appreciate it.
Great. So I hope everybody will, hope we'll find that one and a lot of these amendments in order. I think there's great thoughtful work here, and we'll, I'm sure we'll go through these one by one and figure out what makes sense. But I do appreciate everybody's hard work and your passion for our children. Thank you so much. Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I echo the sentiments of all of our colleagues, and I especially invite all of the members here to join the Foster Care Caucus and the Homeless Caucus. And I've been working on Mr. Severs on that one for a little while. All of you make me proud with your creativity, and I'm supportive of all of your amendments. Mr. Dole, I do have a question, but not from any negative perspective. Just aside from Illinois, in your run-up, and I recognize it was a short period of time, but did you or staff check to see if that has occurred in other states?
From what our research, what we looked into, it would affect very few, if any, with the exception of Illinois.
Yeah.
So,
But the potential is there.
But the potential is there, and again,
Yeah.
I think what we're really looking to do is to make sure that the resources that the federal government is bringing down to the states are going to their intended use, which is we wanted to get to the
Right.
classroom. We want to make sure that, again, this isn't, and again, not that we're not paying their allotted portion to pensions. That's the normal payment to the pensions. We just want to
Right.
prevent that they're not taking additional stuff and therefore preventing those dollars to go to teachers.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but I come from a state that took Medicaid money some years ago and put it across the board in the budget, and causes me to be a little bit distrustful sometimes when we do that. Sorry to hear that about Illinois, but if your amendment's made in order, I do intend to support it.
Does the gentleman yield back?
Yes, I do.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia. 5 minutes, or I'm sorry, for purposes of questions. I wish there was a clock. I mean, I apologize. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. I'll take off the time. I think some of the things that's been talked about here was very, foster children with the issues of homelessness. Again, it goes back to the overall arching issue that I started with just a few minutes, when we were talking about some other panels, is the bottom line is we're talking about little boys, little girls, the future of our nation. And that's why this matters. That's why you're coming here. That's why you're, putting into it, whether we agree with the proper, maybe in the role and the way to do it. But I think at the bottom line, we also understand the future, and I appreciate you coming. But I did want to also hit with my friend, Mr. Jeffries, who we have worked on from the Judiciary Committee on several things. There's a process matters here, and is an interesting thing because what we talked about plagiarism and other things, and now moving into the digital world, this has become the book. This has become a lot of things, and we believe there's this false mistake premise out there that if I can find it on the internet, it must be free, or there's nothing work put into it. And it goes back to the very issue of education. And education is a simple fact that what you create and what you do. There is a reason our founder said this should be protected. And just a simple acknowledgement of that through our technology teaching, through our classrooms, reinforces the fact that this is one of the biggest parts of our economy. It's one of the largest growing parts of our economy from intellectual property standpoint and what is shared and not shared. So I just wanted to just join with him in this amendment. I look forward to it being made in order to look forward to it being, because it's something that can be just incorporated into the natural flow of teaching, in the natural flow of what we have in our society. And when we think about that little part, if we can start beginning, then we're protecting the creators of the future. Because really what this amendment does, I'm looking forward to the young people in school 10, 15 years from now when EventID digital and these other avenues are even more ingrained, and how you actually talk about that in terms of that what was put into that digital matters, and it's important, and it has value. And I think that's something on both sides of the aisle that we can come to. So I just want to thank for the amendment. Thank you for the rest of you who come today and just say this is something that I think is worth teaching, it's worth valuing, and I appreciate you bringing the amendment.
Let me just say, yeah, no, I appreciate the words from my good friend Representative Collins, and certainly his leadership on intellectual property protection on the Judiciary Committee that I also serve on, and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia, yield back. He does. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you. I wanted to, with reference to Amendment 71, Mr. Castro's excellent amendment. Before I came to Congress, I co-founded a charter school that served homeless youth, and one of the main things we found is that one of the reasons they weren't succeeding in other schools is the lack of specific counseling services and advice. There's a sort of full set of wraparound services, including in the school. And I wonder kind of what you found in terms of the difference that really wraparound counseling can make, and how important this role the school plays as kind of the most stable part of their environment.
Oh, you know, it's absolutely essential. It's essential with traditional students, quote unquote, but for homeless youth, even more so. And so yeah, I spent 10 years in the Texas legislature, 4 of those as vice chairman of the Higher Education Committee, and during my work there, we confronted some of the same issues. And so I would classify it as especially essential for this population.
Thank you, and I wanted to ask Mr. Jeffries a question as well. It was an interesting idea, and I just wanted to ask about how you kind of single out one particular type of crime, piracy, and obviously there's other things we don't want kids to do, you know, rob banks and deal drugs and all the various other things. But I guess the question is why this particular one rises to this level that it should be called out.
Well, I think presumably in most American schools throughout the country, you know, it's taught on a regular basis through some form that robbery, brutality, arson, rape, murder, you know, are inappropriate norms in American society. I think that in the context of what's taken place as it relates to the explosion of technology, which is a great thing, as I indicated in my initial remarks, we've got really a constitutional charge to develop a robust intellectual property system. And in the context of that constitutional charge and what has developed in terms of the use of content, often in ways inconsistent with the laws that exist, that it would be a useful thing to give educators at least the opportunity to present that information in the same way that educators, certainly when I was growing up in Brooklyn, New York, and I think many of us, learned about plagiarism, universally accepted as inappropriate. And if there are laws that are on the books with respect to the use of copyright material, what's appropriate, what's not, it at least seems to me reasonable that some form of that information be presented, particularly because we in Congress have got this constitutional charge.
And you know, I certainly hope that schools are also talking about, as you mentioned, kind of what's wrong and what's right, and other things that kids shouldn't do. There's also other cyber-related activities that probably should be discouraged and have been problematic, like cyberbullying as an example, that might also be appropriate in this area. So I think it's, you know, certainly it's a valid issue. There's no question. And I just want to make sure that there's a way to fit it in with other issues that are valid. And I think perhaps a focus on new technologies and sort of looming cyber issues is appropriate, because a lot of the teachers, particularly if they've been in the classroom and are of a different generation of the kids' parents' generation, as some of them are, they might not be as familiar with some of the emerging issues around whether it's copyright or cyberbullying or sexting, another problem that's occurred with underage kids in schools. So there's a variety of issues around cyber activities, which certainly of which copyright is one, which I think some additional work with our educators could be very helpful, and I'll yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. Are there any additional questions for this panel? If not, Chair thanks the panel. Your presence is excused, and thank you for your participation. I'm going to ask unanimous consent to insert a statement from Mr. Goodlatte of the Judiciary Committee to the record. Without objection, so ordered. Chair recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you, Dr. Burgess. I ask unanimous consent to insert the statement of the administration that they would veto this bill if it were to pass. Let me give just a couple reasons why while we're changing panels here. Maybe not.
Well, may I just invite
Of course.
Ms. Jackson Lee from Texas?
I'll just insert this in the record with a recommendation that he would veto the bill in its present form. Thank you very much.
Without objection, so ordered. Thank you. And Mr. Walker from North Carolina and Mr. Tonko from New York, let me invite you to join us. If there are any other members, this may well be our last panel. I know everyone's disappointed that we're coming to a conclusion on this, but if there are other members who join us, I will ask them to join us at the witness table. But without objection, Mr. Tonko, you recognize, I beg your pardon, Ms. Jackson Lee, you have seniority. Let me recognize you for such time as you seek.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
And without objection, anything you have in writing will be entered into the record.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Thank you to the Rules Committee. By the evidence of members here, as I look through the pages and pages of amendments, I know that there's a great interest, which is a good thing, in the education of our children. We're all excited about our amendments, and I'll try to be as pointed as I possibly can on amendment. I want to acknowledge the Education Committee, which included an amendment that I offered during last Congress when the Student Success Act was under consideration. I come today as the co-chair and founder of the Congressional Children's Caucus. We've always worked on issues of intervention and mentoring of children. And so I wanted to speak quickly to amendments of that kind. The first amendment that's listed as amendment number 93, the Jackson Lee Amendment provides support for accountability-based programs and activities that are designed to enhance school safety, which may include research-based bullying prevention, cyberbullying prevention, disruption of recruitment activity by groups or individuals involved in violent extremism, and gang prevention programs, as well as intervention programs regarding bullying. We live in a different world. This is not something we might have spoken of 15 years ago, although the 3 young girls who left London are not U.S. students, but they were teenagers who left classrooms to go and fight with ISIL. And so I want to be in front of this issue, and I would like for the Rules Committee to consider these programs focused with best practices on issues dealing with school safety. I can account for any number of incidences that don't include the large incidences like Columbine, Virginia Tech, but incidences in primary and secondary schools where knives are found on children. And I think there is not a basic safety education that is taught to children what is good and what is bad, despite the fact that you would expect that to be in their homes. In addition, when I meet and visit with school children, everyone raises their hand when I ask whether they've been bullied. And so I think it is important to educate as well on the issue of bullying prevention and cyberbullying and the issue of the recruitment activity. We cannot turn our heads to not recognize that that is possible. Just 2 or 3 facts as I go to my next amendment. 1 in 7 students in grade K through 12 is either a bully or a victim of bullying. 90% of 4th to 8th grade students report being victims of bullying, and 50% of students have personally witnessed some type of bullying in their school. And I just think if we have the ability to focus the DOE in a collective manner on best practices around the issues that I just mentioned. It would be a very helpful science, which I think in order to make decisions, we need to have the science and the data that helps us to make so. That is my First Amendment, listed as Amendment number 93. Amendment number 94 directs the drafting of a report to Congress on the advisability of state education agencies to abolish, merge, or otherwise restructure a local education agency. If you ever want to see the pain of parents, and this, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, is not to override thoughtful decisions about school closures and district closures, but it is to give stakeholders such as parents, taxpayers, some basis of questioning decisions made on closing and abolishing schools and school districts. The report will include best practices governing the exercise of authority by a state education agency and monitoring, supervising, controlling local education agencies with a specific emphasis on rural local education agencies and urban local education agencies with substantial proportions of low-income, minority, or disadvantaged students. Those districts and those areas are the most impacted by school closings or district closings. The purpose of the amendment is to create an opportunity for states to receive information on what is happening around the nation regarding forced school district mergers or closures, and as well the impact on low-density areas, areas where it's very difficult to transfer a child out of this closed school or to find another school for them to go to. When districts are closed, they're merged without adjacent school districts, without sufficient consideration for the impact on the students who will be displaced. And what about just the school spirit or district spirits or the history that will be lost? And I think this would be very helpful in giving guidance and giving stakeholders a greater role in that process. My last amendment, the final Jackson Lee Amendment, is an effort, again, to support STEM education. The amendment will support a STEM mentoring program to support female undergraduate and graduate students enrolled at institutions of higher education in programs of Study 6 that lead to a STEM degree, to mentor female secondary school students who are enrolled in post-secondary level courses in science, technology, engineering, and math, or math as a part of a dual enrollment program. Just to make note of the fact that even though we've made great strides, girls drop off quite dramatically in terms of their interest in math, science, technology, engineering, and math. When we have centers like the Texas Medical Center, when we have the kind of research that's going on at MIT or other institutions that are doing independent research, it is important that we focus on creating the next generation, and that generation should include girls who are usually not in it. I want to give this statistic. The Brookings Metropolitan Policy Report, the Hidden STEM Economy, report that in 2011, 26 million jobs, or 20% of all occupations, required knowledge in one or more of the STEM areas. I asked my colleagues, and thank them for their opportunity, I asked my colleagues to make the Jackson Lee amendments in order, but I also asked for an open rule on a very important issue of education. I yield back.
And the gentlelady yields back. Chair thanks the gentlelady. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Walker, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee. Appreciate you taking the time and this extended hour. I commend Chairman Klein and the entire Education and Workforce Committee in putting together the Student Success Act. In fact, people like Vice Chair Ms. Fox know more about education have forgotten more about education than probably I've realized in my short time in Washington. Good things about the H.R. 5 and reading through it, just a few things that even made some handwritten notes. Repeals the Common Core, consolidates over 60 federal programs. It replaces generic testing with more state-led programs, giving power back to the states and the local communities. It consolidates, of course, the programs. Federal dollars follow the minority children to the school they attend, and the bill improves portability to public charter schools. That's where I want to concentrate on the amendment of the A+ Act. I've been a minister for 2 decades. Part of that work has been the inner cities of Cleveland, in New York, in Baltimore. There are more programs and schools coming up like the one in Greensboro called Hope Academy. Hope Academy is a private school. One of the small issues that I find with H.R. 5, the portability does provide for both public and charter schools, but it does not provide for the private schools. In this particular area, in Greensboro, Hope Academy, are many underprivileged minority children.
and I'm concerned that this bill did not expand quite enough to be able to include. The other aspect of this that I think is very important is if you look at the history, this is not something that's been cooked up in a basement somewhere. This is 91 current active members have supported this. In fact, the chair of this committee has co-sponsored it twice, as well as Mr. Klein and others, that has some great merit to it. I hope that it would certainly be considered, primarily also because it gives the states the power to opt out and provides more power. I guess the quote would be this: government closer to home is more accountable and, to me, in my opinion, always more effective. I think anything that we can do after many years of being under the poor functioning No Child Left Behind enhances the opportunity to return that power more and more to the states and local communities. And I would ask this committee to consider the A+ Act as an amendment. Thank you very much.
Gentleman yields back. Chair thanks the gentleman. Gentleman from New York is recognized. Mr. Tronco for your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member Slaughter, and all members and staff of the committee. I thank you for your time and your attention. I urge you to make in order my amendment, amendment number 33, which I submit with my fellow engineers, Congressman David McKinley and Congressman Joe Kennedy. As you may know, this week is the National Engineers Week recognition, and we must do all to address the fact that our nation's workforce is in critical need of more engineers. The Bureau of Labor and Statistics has projected that the country will need almost 2 million engineers by 2018, and that some fields in engineering will experience a 30 to 70% growth pattern during that same time frame. Despite this critical workforce need, a vast majority of schools do not offer K-12 instruction that will create pathways into careers in engineering and related STEM fields. Fortunately, a growing number of states, schools, and teachers are recognizing the importance of engineering and have begun to integrate these concepts into their classrooms. We need to do better than that. My amendment is designed to encourage all states to follow this path and to remove barriers at the federal level so that our K-12 engineering education can be adopted more broadly. The current federal rules under the Elementary and Secondary Education Act require states to develop science standards, but they are often perceived as being related to that very narrow interpretation of simply the traditional areas of science. As a result, engineering is rarely a component of these standards. To this end, our bipartisan amendment would help to expand engineering education in our nation's elementary and secondary schools by highlighting the ability of states to incorporate engineering design skills and practices into their existing state science standards. This would not be a requirement. It would not authorize any new funding or create any new programs. It would simply encourage states to incorporate engineering design skills and practices into their science standards. We owe it to our nation's students to give them the opportunity to be inspired by engineering. It would introduce them to the career path, to the opportunities to be creative and innovative in that career capacity. In turn, STEM education opportunities for students will spur American innovation through research and development. America has a proven track record of leading in new innovative technologies, from the implementation of the car assembly line to the creation of the Internet. In order to remain a competitive global economic power in the 21st century, we must preserve a robust national commitment to engineering education. We're woefully underproducing engineers in our society. I strongly believe that we must work to increase student achievement and interest in STEM disciplines and to align K-12 science instruction with the skills sets that are needed in the 21st century workforce. As such, I strongly urge you to make this important amendment in order. And again, I thank you, Mr. Chair, and Ranking Member, and all members for your kind attention, and would be happy to answer any questions or follow up with additional information. And I thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to acknowledge my colleague again from North Carolina. North Carolina is well represented here today at the Rules Committee meeting. I appreciate my colleagues and their presentations, and I have no questions. I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. The chair recognizes the ranking member of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate my New Yorker as well. We served together in the state legislature, actually, and I'm glad. I thank all of you for coming. These amendments take some time and a lot of thought, and as we stated before, since there was no committee action on this bill, we're really going to do our best to try to get an open rule. It's very important. I think the things that you were talking about are critically important. Bullying, Ms. Jackson Lee, is something that concerns every one of us. And your thoughtful amendments are very important. Mr. Tonko, an engineer, is a priceless thing, something we absolutely need more of. And it's very nice to meet you. Appreciate your first visit up here, but we would like all amendments made in order. And I'd like to ask unanimous consent if the statements of Congressman Hank Johnson, Congresswoman Donna Edwards, and 2 from Congressman Danny Davis be inserted into the record. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio for questions. The gentleman has no questions. Recognize the gentleman from Florida. Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it, and I thank folks from colleagues for coming up and testifying. Ms. Jackson Lee and I serve judiciary together. We're together a lot. And share sometimes a common opinion. Sometimes I appreciate your passion for what you're bringing in the engineering. My son is a freshman at the University of Georgia Mechanical Engineering, so it was
Good discipline.
It is more than his father. And Congressman from North Carolina, you made a statement I think that sort of overrides a lot of what, and I believe in what you're talking about with the issue of the amendment, but in the sense of saying that the lower we can get through decision-making here, and the less mandate from above, and giving the support needed to make every child and every little boy and every little girl have the best education experience that they possibly can, I do believe is at the lower level. And as we move through that, that is the thing that I'm excited about, and I appreciate the open process in which we're doing, and hope to see these made in order.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado. No questions from the gentleman from Colorado. I think there are no further questions for this panel. I want to thank you for your indulgence and sticking with us deep into the afternoon. And this panel is excused. The chair is advised that both Mr. Polis and Mr. Collins have amendments. Do you wish to present those from the dais or the witness table?
Yeah, I'll go down there.
And Mr. Collins, do you have an amendment as well? Oh, okay, that's very well. Chair.
Okay. We'll change scenery here for a little bit.
I don't know.
I hear we have better luck down here. Is that right, Mr. Chair?
We'll see if we get made in order.
The jury's out. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado for the purposes of offering his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 5 amendments that I'm offering. I'm hoping that at least 4 are made in order, and 5 would be, I would be particularly appreciative of that, and I'll would be happy to advance these to the floor. Let me go through them real quickly. Number 115 would encourage the state to work with charter schools to promote access for students, including address barriers that might exist to their transportation needs. This is an important amendment because public charter schools really help harness the power of school choice for families and can have life-changing implications for students. And there's many reasons somebody might want to attend a charter school, but oftentimes many students don't have access to charter schools because they don't have the means to get to the school. No federal amendment can guarantee that, but what my amendment would do is would help address the issue by amending the charter school program to make sure that states and charter schools would be encouraged to address any barriers to access to or enrollment in a charter school. There's a lot of examples of best practices about public charter schools working with districts with regard to transportation. There are other examples where districts have assigned the portion of a pro rata portion of their transportation budget to the charter schools to allow them to bring kids to school from across the district, and particularly because some charter schools serve some of the highest risk kids and lowest income kids. Oftentimes there is no parent with a car available to take the child to school, so it's particularly important to make school choice meaningful to address the issue of transportation for public charter schools. I also offered another amendment with regard to charter schools along with Mr. Rokita. Number 124, this one would encourage collaboration and sharing of best practices between charter schools and local education agencies. That really cuts to the one of the key purposes of charter schools: encouraging innovation, serving students, yes, but also disseminating those best practices so other public schools can learn what works and what doesn't work. And as many of my colleagues are quick to point out, there's a lot of practices and new innovation within traditional public schools as well. They're innovating to help close the achievement gap. Public charter schools have innovated as well. My amendment will help make sure that charter schools and traditional public schools can better collaborate and share best practices and work together. And I would encourage the committee to take up that amendment as well. I've also offered Amendment 116 with regards to students with disabilities. Unfortunately, as previously been discussed, today's Republican bill removes the cap on alternative testing for kids with disabilities. That's why it's opposed by the community of advocates for those with disabilities. What does that mean? It means that a state can essentially exempt, even under this Republican bill, they could choose to exempt all special education kids from accountability and for testing. That could be 12 or 15% of the kids in the district, and that's exactly what the special education community and parents of kids with disabilities wants to avoid occurring, because one of the great, while No Child Left Behind had a lot of flaws, one of the great steps forward that it made is it provided real visibility and accountability for parents of kids with disabilities to ensure that they too were receiving services at the district level. So today my amendment would ensure that academic standards for students with disabilities would not be lowered through an over-reliance on alternative assessments, and it would provide an assurance from the Secretary to Congress. I know there's been another proposal to remove that altogether and reinstitute the cap. Mine would simply rely upon the assurance of the Secretary. It's another mechanism to ensure that the learning needs of students with disabilities is met. I'm particularly excited to offer Amendment 117, which is an innovative idea to reduce costs in public education, specifically reducing textbook costs. It doesn't cost any money. It simply deals with allowable uses for an existing grant program. It would allow funds to be used for the creation or distribution of open educational resources or open source textbooks at the K-12 level, meaning that instead of, with this particular pot of money, requiring that districts buy commercial textbooks, the district could, in fact, develop their own open source textbook and make that available not only to their own students, they could even make that available to other districts. Districts could do this in a collaboratory way, either through what we call a BOCES in Colorado or Board of Cooperative Services, or even through their state. It could help reduce costs and save school districts some money with regard to textbooks, and also enhance the quality and availability of up-to-the-date textbooks as well. And then finally, I offered Amendment 123, which would prohibit discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation in our public schools, an issue that I hope is near and dear to every one of our hearts, given that the suicide rate of LGBT youth is several times higher than non-LGBT youth, and more than 2/3 of LGBT youth report bullying in our schools. I would want to point out that the Student Non-Discrimination Act not only would protect students who are LGBT, but also those who are perceived to be LGBT, and that it would give them a federal protection from bullying, similar to the ones we already have with regard to race, color, sex, religion, disability, or national origin. It's not permissible to bully somebody on their religion or disability or race. It should not be acceptable to bully somebody just because of their sexual orientation or gender identity. This amendment is a standalone bill. It's a bipartisan bill with Congressman Ileana Ross-Layton has about 100 co-sponsors here in the House. And I'm hoping that we can include a discussion of this bill on the floor of the House as well, to ensure that regardless of what people in this body think of divisive social issues and what they think constitutes a marriage or any of those other issues, I hope we can all agree that public schools are there to serve everybody in a safe learning environment. And clearly the evidence shows that we do not have safe learning environments for many LGBT youth today. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan amendment to help ensure that all students have access to a safe, quality education, free from discrimination and harassment. I believe that that represents the amendments that I've offered, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Recognize the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my fellow members of the Rules Committee. I only bring one amendment to this afternoon. It's Amendment Number 120, and it's based upon the principle that strong oversight of taxpayer dollars should be the utmost priority for any agency, and especially including Department of Education. My colleagues on the Rules Committee, we've had a lot of opinions today on a lot of things dealing with how this is carried out, but I think the one thing that we could probably all agree on is the accountability aspect, that what we do put in place is actually carried out in the intent in which the law is. As we look through this amendment, my amendment basically requires the Secretary of Education to ensure that each grant or sub-grantee is aware of three things. First, their responsibility to comply with all monitoring requirements under the applicable program. Second, the grantee's further responsibility to monitor properly any sub-grantee. And the third is the Secretary's schedule for monitoring any other compliance reviews to ensure proper use of federal funds. In addition, my amendment requires the Secretary to review and analyze the results of monitoring and compliance reviews to understand trends and identify common issues, and to issue guidance to help grantees address these issues before they result in a loss or a misuse of taxpayer dollars. Basically, we're looking and being proactive here and asking that the Secretary do that. The amendment also directs the Secretary of Education to publicly report the work that they undertake to prevent fraud, waste, and abuse, including specific cases where the Secretary found and prevented the misuse of taxpayer funds, not only the bad, but the good as well. And finally, my amendment requires the Secretary to work with the Office of Inspector General in the Department of Education as needed to help ensure that employees of such department understand how to monitor the grantees properly and to help grantees monitor any sub-grantees as well. This is basically a straightforward amendment. It's designed to improve transparency, increase communication between the Department of Education and its grant recipients, and ultimately ensure that federal government is proper stewards of the taxpayer dollars. And my amendment just adds an extra level of accountability to this bill. I think it's important to ensure that any grant of any size is properly used and the students get the most benefit out of that. By amending the bill to require the recipients to know ahead of time the required reporting and guidelines, we can better ensure that the money is spent properly. And I would hope that my colleagues from both sides of the aisle would support this amendment, find it in order, and bring it to support it on the floor. Again, we may have many differences in what we feel like the role of the federal dollar and the Department of Education should be. And for me, that is still the local level, the state level is where it should be best, not at the federal level. But as we go through this process, I do want to make sure, as long as that is continuing at this point, that accountability is at the first and foremost of what we do. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Chair thanks the gentleman.
They're having too much fun out there, Mr. Chairman.
Clearly, there's a lot of mirth. There's a lot of mirth because we have, I think, reached the end of the of the testimony. The chair recognizes the gentlelady for purposes of questions.
I thank my colleagues for presenting their amendments. I appreciate it, but I have no questions. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you. I appreciate both of you, and as I said before, I hope all amendments will be made in order so that we can have a thorough airing here. Thank you for your good work.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr.
For
Chairman.
the purposes of yielding back.
I did not understand one thing from the gentleman from Colorado. He said he hoped that 4 of his amendments would be found in order. Which one of your amendments do you not want to be found in order?
Whichever one, in the wisdom of the chair, is not up to the bar, I will gladly accept if the other 4 are made in order.
I just wanted to understand which one you didn't want.
I'll
'Cause I did
defer
hear
to the
that.
wisdom. I'll defer to your wisdom.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida. The gentleman from Florida has no questions. This closes the witness panel is excused, and this closes the hearing portion of the meeting on H.R. 5. I am advised that the committee has some work to do. The committee will stand in recess until 8:15 Eastern Standard Time.
Okay, just promise me you'll monitor that crowd in there.
I'm not going in there.
That's terrible that they wait that long. They could show it to you all anyway.
Rules Committee come to order, and thank you very much for coming back to the Rules Committee to complete our work for the day. H.R. 5, Student Success Act. The committee spent the day going through the list of some 120 amendments. I want to offer my thanks to not only the staff on both sides, but also our great stenographers who have listened to various members from around the country and taken a good bit of work today, and we appreciate them very much. The members that came up to the Rules Committee, I think today had an opportunity to express themselves. I think we did very well as a committee, and I want to thank all the committee members for not only their exceptional courage to ask leading-edge questions, but also our ability to effectively put our best foot forward. Each of you on the committee is now having an opportunity to look at the rule, and I recognize that not all of our members are back yet, but we're going to go ahead and proceed, and the chairman will now be in receipt of a motion from the gentlewoman from North Carolina, the vice chairman of the committee, Mrs. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee provide for further consideration of H.R. 5, the Student Success Act. Under a structured rule, the rule provides no additional general debate. The rule provides an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 114-8, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of the Rules Committee report, shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule makes in order only those further amendments printed in Part B of the Rules Committee report. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, may be withdrawn by its proponent at any time before action thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. The rule waives all points of order against the amendments printed in Part B of the report. Finally, the rule provides one motion to recommit with or without instructions.
I thank the gentlewoman from North Carolina, vice chairman of the committee. You've now heard the motion from the gentlewoman. Is there amendment or discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Florida, Judge Hastings,
Yes,
recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule, and I move the committee grant H.R. 5 an open rule so that all members have the opportunity to offer amendments to this bill on the floor. And I won't go on and on about it, Mr. Chairman. We've discussed this. I genuinely believe that it would be in the best interest of the entire body if we had an open rule.
I thank the gentleman for his thoughtful ideas. Is there further discussion? The vote will now be on the amendment from the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No. Mr. Chairman, I do ask in this case for a...
Gentleman asks for a roll call vote.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox, no. Mr. Cole? Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Stivers? Mr. Collins? No. Mr. Collins, no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern? Mr. Hastings?
Aye.
Mr. Hastings, aye. Mr. Polis?
Aye.
Mr. Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the totals.
2 yeas, 5 nays.
The amendment's not agreed to. Further amendment or discussion. Gentleman from Colorado, the proud father from Colorado is recognized.
And, Mr. Chairman, the father of 2 amendments allowed under your rule, which I'm grateful for.
I did notice that.
I do have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment by the amendments by Representative Roybal Allard and by myself, numbers 60, 115, 116, and 123.
Thank you very much. Further discussion. Vote will now be on the amendment from the gentleman from Colorado. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
Noes have it, noes have it.
Roll call vote, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman asks for a roll call vote.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox, no. Mr. Cole? Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Stivers? Mr. Collins? No. Mr. Collins, no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern? Mr. Hastings?
Aye.
Mr. Hastings, aye. Mr. Polis?
Aye.
Mr. Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Report the total.
2 yeas, 5 nays.
The amendment's not agreed to. Further amendment or discussion? Seeing none, the vote will now be on the motion from the gentlewoman from North Carolina. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Mrs. Fox will be handling this for the Republicans.
And Mr. Polis for the Democrats, and I have a question when the
And
chair
the
concludes.
gentleman, Mr. Polis, will be handling this for Democrats. The gentleman, Judge Hastings, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman.
sir.
I just am curious, have we heard anything more regarding the rest of the agenda for this week? Specifically, I'm hearing from the elevator operator that we'll be here on Saturday. And I'm not, however long we're here, but it will just be helpful if the chair could share with us any information you have.
Yes, sir.
regarding same.
Yes, sir. If the gentleman would allow me just a moment, I would ask that there be.
No, he was telling you to pull the mic closer to you.
I'd like to take just a second and confer with the staff director just one moment, because
Sure.
in fact, I just arrived from dinner. Thank you very much. I want to thank Mr. Halpern. In fact, there was a note waiting for me here. No, pretty close, though. What I want to say is that this committee, including our staff, recognizes that we are in consultation and working on the Homeland Security Appropriations Bill. And the gentleman from Florida has asked, now that we have heard or seen some action out of the Senate, what would we anticipate that would mean to this body? And what do we think that would do for not only our work, but also travel that may be involved? And what I would suggest to the gentleman is, at this hour of about 8:30 p.m. on Wednesday nights, is Wednesday? Wednesday night, that's what happens when you come a day late. We do not know, but I would anticipate that there will be quickly tomorrow information, because all members would want to make sure that they made the appropriate arrangements, whatever it was. And so I will tell this committee that I will go and work with our team and see if we know what that is, and I will notify Mrs. Slaughter, and then company members would be notified, because you will need to be available to do this also.
Mr. Chairman, the only thing adding to it is an understanding that I had earlier was that the Senate may not vote on the matter until Thursday. Now, I recognize that we had same-day provision and would be able to move hurriedly. I have no problem. This is a little bit uncustomary, totally unrelated to our
Yes, sir.
discussion, Mr. Chairman. But Mr. Stevens did come back. And is it possible that we could open the proceedings to let him record a yay or a nay? And I'm not worried about those that didn't come back, but he did.
Yeah.
Is it too late for us to do that? And I'll tell him how to vote if you.
In fact, what I'd like to do is I would like to note for the record that the gentleman, Mr. Stivers, from Ohio, in fact, did walk in just slightly after we had several recorded votes, and that I would further note that while his vote is important, it did not, the outcome of those votes was not necessary based upon a one-vote margin.
Thank you.
And that you are most gracious to recognize that. And I would ask the gentleman from Ohio if he is willing to live with the decision that the chairman has offered, or if you have your own opinion. Well, that's twice today you've apologized to me, and that's at least one time too many.
Mr. Chairman?
But is the gentleman comfortable with? Yes, sir. Then we would note that the gentleman, in fact, was not AWOL at all.
There is
Thank you.
another methodology.
Yes, sir. Gentleman's recognized.
We use on the floor, and that is when we are unavoidably detained, we would have voted in a certain way, and I would offer to Mr. Stivers that he should have voted the way that the Democrats voted on
I think this is outrageous that Mr. Stivers is not allowed to vote, Mr. Chairman.
Well, in this case, I would say that the gentleman is such an advocate for all of us on this committee, and I will tell you that, Steve, that we're delighted that you're here and that your vote does matter and count, but you were missed.
Just to prolong this, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Gentleman's recognized.
In light of the speaker's lecture to us appropriately.
Yes, sir.
About decorum, I would also argue that it would be helpful when we vote if members who participate in the vote were sitting on the dais rather than out in the audience.
Well, I'll take that under consideration. I'll tell you, in all fairness, what we did is we were a little bit late up here getting our work done, and I walked down there, and I thought the speaker was admonishing me. So I thought when he said it'll be a 15-minute vote, and we were kind of like, uh-oh, but he couldn't find me to look at me. But I do want us to know that I thought the committee, in recognition of that, hurried along their statements, and I know it generally falls to the last people on either side, but I thought you did an awesome job, and I was proud of how we handled our guests to the committee today. I don't think I need to say this too loud, but the bottom line is that both sides of this body, Republicans and Democrats, your colleagues, Alcee and Jared, they recognize the hard work you do, and they understand the role that you play. And I believe that many of our people do understand that also. And they know we need to get our work done and do things. But I was afraid we were the reason, and I found that we weren't.
Well,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I agree completely with that, and I'd like to just say this, but, you know, the way it was handled today was very good, and I think the process was good. But also, I have to take up from my friend from Georgia, wherever he is sitting, his voice is heard, even though he's not listening right now. You know, he will get that, and just to let it be known that wherever his voice is, that is a big voice to be heard.
Well, I just like his haircut, so I think that. Got it? Okay, cut every one of them. Okay, this finishes our work for the evening. I want to go back and once again reiterate how awesome it is, Jared, that you brought your son up here, that his life is bettered by your service to this great nation, and in particular, he will remember coming up to the Rules Committee at some point, as several of our children had done. Thank you for the hard work that we've done today. The committee's now finished its work for the day.